Greetings, my excellent friends. It has been a miserable day, temperature-wise. And it's not necessarily going to be getting any better. Next Sunday is foretold to be worse. Well, no, it is summer here. It's that whole hemisphere thing. But I'm in, like, the one part of Australia whose winter actually approaches cold. At least cold by our standards. Probably not by Finnish standards. It's 13 degrees Celsius cold. That'll be what I'd call cold. 12. I don't think I've ever seen single-digit Celsius in my life. I wouldn't have any comprehension of it. Maybe outdoors at 5 in the morning, but I'm never outdoors, let alone at 5 in the morning. Right. There is good news today. It turns out my controller's Bluetooth wireless thing does actually get recognized by this emulator. However, the controller has to be in wireless mode and Bluetooth has to be connected before the emulator launches, or else it will not notice that it has been done, which is different from the Game Boy Advance emulator I've been playing Fire Emblem on for the past week. That one will just immediately notice, but that one has a different problem. While it's connected to Bluetooth on the GBA emulator, it's constantly, and I mean constantly, disconnecting and reconnecting according to the emulator itself. It will constantly show up with a red message saying disconnected joystick 1, reconnected joystick 1, disconnected joystick 1, connected joystick 1, and it will like refresh itself so much that there is constantly red text on the screen on top of important fucking information that I need while I'm playing a game like Fire Emblem. So I have to plug it in to make the messages go away. But curiously, despite the fact that the messages are constantly flickering, the controller never actually stops working. When it says it's disconnected, I don't actually get a freeze up. It just... whatever's happening there, I don't understand it. But when it's plugged in, it only does it when the cord jostles instead of all the time. Thankfully, this one doesn't seem to. Although that's interesting. I have to actually have it as the active window in order to make it work. One thing I notice about controller with emulators is that, unlike PC games, Steam games, when I use the controller, on an emulator, on pretty much all of them, no matter which one it is, the controller keeps working when the emulator is not the active window. I noticed this on my GBA emulator because I'll be browsing a guide or a map or whatever for the next Fire Emblem chapter so that I know I'm recruiting people and getting things from villages and not fucking up. And then I'll go to save my state, or more often to load my state because I have fucked it up, and it won't work because it's not the active window and I use my keyboard for that. I'm like, oh shit, I have to click. But meanwhile, I've been playing on the controller for the past 30 minutes without it being active at all. But this one doesn't. As soon as I Alt-Tab, goes dead. Anyway, nobody cares, but it's interesting to me. How are you doing, Demon Dragon? You weren't saying anything. I couldn't see anything, unless you were saying it with your mouth, which isn't very useful. And this is where we're supposed to be, yeah? We just finished talking to Detective Bad. He gave us Ms. Yu's perfume, which is the same one that was spilled in lobby number 1. Is lobby number 1 the murder lobby or the other lobby? No, it's not the murder lobby. Murder lobby was lobby number 2. We also found the promise, or we're given the promise notebook by Kay. I don't know, like... I understand the man wasn't intending to get murdered, but, like, the... And far be it from me as somebody who knows he never wants kids because he would not be suited to be a parent, to judge the style of a fictional parent, but the distress that these promises seem to have caused the little girl so far does not seem worth it. Like, warning your kid off of strangers is a very good thing. You should absolutely do that, but maybe there's a better way than this, and I don't know about Promise 4. And I don't know about Promise 3. These two are fine. These two are common sense. Page 1 here is a solid page. I like that page. Now, obviously Promise 1 had that issue with Gumshoe, creating a scenario in which Gumshoe was lying to protect her from breaking a promise to her dad because they bought a Swiss roll together and she's not supposed to take things from strangers. But I would argue that Gumshoe couldn't count as a stranger by that point, for one thing. Also, like, as much as we're all on the ACAB train, at least I assume, traditionally one of those things you teach kids is, like, yeah, don't do anything with strangers, but local authority figures are probably okay. Like, in a pinch, you know? Like, if you're a child and you're on your own somewhere, like... He's in a courthouse and he's a cop. Like, it's probably alright. Anyway. But the whole never cry in front of strangers thing... yeah, I think you're allowed to cry when your dad's been murdered. You're allowed to cry when your dad's been murdered. Also, Promise 5 is too nebulous. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I mean... yeah, encouraging education in kids, but, like, you don't need to study everything. Like... There's missing nuance there. Like, if she meets a quantum physicist, is she honor-bound to listen to him describe his job, and then afterwards she could be like, I'm too young to get this, but I still tried? Like, I don't know. Anyway, the Promise Notebook, I have mixed feelings about, is my point. But that's about it. Everything else is from earlier on yesterday, and has largely been figured out. Interesting that we still have the balloon piece, but presumably we're going to have something to do with it later. So, September 10, District Court, courtroom number 3. We've got the judge standing there on his own, looking spaced out. Presumably we're about to walk in, but I am still not comfortable with the judge being able to move and having arms and legs. Also, just the bulk of him is so... like, does he have that... I don't know that he has that build in the trilogy. Like, he doesn't because, like, he's, you know, being positioned a different way. But, like... I feel like he looks weird. There they are.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
I guess I feel like he should be shorter. It's the fact that he's, like, even height with Miles while being that wide. And I know he feels short to us because he's always sat. He's always seated, therefore, compared to the standing lawyers, we get the false impression of him being shorter than them. And then it makes perfect sense for him to not actually be shorter than them and to stand up and be quite tall. But I don't think any of us would have cared if it doesn't have to be by much. Just have his head go to like here. You know? Just lower him a little, and I think no one is freaked out anymore. According to official heights, Miles is supposed to have 3 inches on the judge. Depends on what they're measuring. But yeah, just a little bit of a... and I think we'll be fine. Don't have to necessarily thin him or anything.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited.
For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
I was talking to someone who pointed out that as much as it's awkward that this is a flashback because we're used to the judge being the judge, right? And be like, the tables have finally turned on you, except actually the tables turned on him at the earliest appearance he ever made, therefore the weight of it feels diminished. You could argue that this is actually backstory for the judge being fair, and that if you pay attention to how he acts, he's a bit more zealous than he traditionally is. Like, he's accusing Gumshoe on the slightest provocation, and being not vicious about it, but a bit more aggressive than he normally is, and it is this experience that turns him into the, how's he described? He's a bit... he's a bit easily led, they say, but he always finds his way to the truth and the correct verdict in the end. Like, he's given the description as a reliable character who deserves his position and is unflappable in the end. Like, the judge is almost a force of nature, as opposed to like, he's never the antagonist. He's never... you don't have to convince him with anything other than what's real. He's never biased in the series. And you could say that this fills in the steps he needed to take to get there. Yeah.
Just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
Franziska, there is no need to further depress His Honor.
But I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your Honor.
Huh?
Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor! The evidence? The judge's age is eternally question-marked. We do not get to know. The one I'm still fucked over by is the idea that Manny Kochid is 24 with a face like that. Fuck off. Man needs to moisturize. And I know I'm a hypocrite saying that. Your Honor, the evidence? Your Honor!
Oh! You! Yes. Can I help you?
I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir.
Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I would, except that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
She is busy with the investigation, so let's keep this brief, shall we?
Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case.
Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those 2 men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case. Or maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth.
I've placed all of the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you.
I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for.
Yes, what is it? It looks like your debut trial fizzled out thanks to it being declared a mistrial. Too bad. But now you can take your time bidding the evidence they transferred to you goodbye.
It's much too early to shelve the pieces that were given to me.
Oh? How do you figure?
2 of the pieces were used to kill Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. Naturally, having all of them makes it easier for me to examine them more thoroughly.
Yes, of course.
Don't tell me. You forgot about that fact, didn't you, Franziska?
I don't have to answer the characteristically foolish question of a foolish fool. Now hurry up and check the evidence already.
Trust me, I will. In due time. What's in front of the defense bench? Evidence that Ms. Yu prepared is just sitting here on this table.
You know you can't just walk off with it, right?
Of course I do. Miss Yu must have been caught off guard by her client's sudden accusation. I wonder how she would have defended Mr. Rell in that case if he was still alive. It would appear that the judge is still a bit dispirited.
Stop that! You're being so depressing!
No! You should listen to her, Your Honor, before things go from bad to worse. Although it can't really get much worse for him, other than to be whipped by her. She doesn't seem to be doing that yet. Maybe when she's older she will. Interestingly, we're allowed free roam here. I even talk to Kay. Like, really free roam. Look at this. We can go everywhere. My god. We're supposed to look at the evidence.
The bench is covered with ants. The janitor is going to have a tough time with this.
It would appear that they're coming in through the open window up there. Ants are unusual creatures. We could learn so much from their diligence and zeal. I wonder if the killer used these plastic bags in a flash of inspiration.
With that detective? I somehow doubt he's that quick-witted.
So you're saying that this crime was thought out in advance?
With that detective? I somehow doubt he's capable of making such a complex plan.
Franziska, when will you learn to take responsibility for your statements? Interesting, the chalk outlines cannot be examined. Maybe they can. Hang on. Nope, it's curtains. Curtains are shut tight.
The colour of those curtains is rather gloomy. For a place where people's lives are in the balance, they could have chosen to hang something a little more cheery, you know?
I know. However, I think the designer had more things to think about than the lobbies.
Well, as a von Karma, I would afford any location related to the law extra attention to detail.
A bit obsessive, aren't we? I suppose it's impossible to enter or exit through these windows thanks to these bars.
I suppose you're right.
Actually, that's not true. I bet a person of small stature could slip in. Franziska, would you care to help me test my theory? Ah! Drat. I must remember to be more tactful around the vertically challenged.
That is one tiny TV.
Detective Gumshoe would rather shocked at this and said it is huge compared to his own.
Ha! Anything you compare with something he owns will always seem grandiose.
Speaking of grandiose, I'd say that ego of yours could do with a little deflating.
Was this table here all along?
Objection!
I suppose so.
Well, clearly it's out of place. When you take the sofa into consideration, that table is much too tall.
I get the impression the two are not meant to be used as a set, Franziska.
I knew that!
It seems she's lost her calm sense of judgment in her eagerness to defeat me. This vending machine is stocked with a variety of base food products. Yet despite their banality, they're priced extraordinarily high.
I have no interest in anything that is unrelated to the case, Miles.
Hold on, I wouldn't dismiss it yet. Clues are often found in the most surprising of places. No matter how insignificant it may seem, we should give things all due consideration.
I suppose. In that case, Miles Edgeworth, you will buy me one of those ham sandwiches. For evidence's sake, of course.
I believe that preserving the crime scene takes precedence, Franziska.
Miles Edgeworth, prepare me some change.
And what if I refuse?
Well, aren't we stingy? I'm shocked that you're unwilling to part with a few coins.
Think what you will. Besides, we can't go around changing the state of the crime scene.
You don't have to treat me like a child. I already knew that, you know.
No? Then why did you bother asking for change in the first place? Anything new from you?
You're in the way, boy. Move.
You look terribly busy. However, I was wondering what you're busy with.
Just looking for something. It's got nothing to do with you. What is with your terrible attitude?
I guess I'm out of luck. I really should get back to what I need to do anyway. I don't know that we ever showed her perfume. Maybe. But let's see.
I have no interest in that perfume. Or in that woman. Here we are, trying to be serious, and all she does is break out into laughter. It's borderline rude.
Franziska seems to hold some ill will toward Ms. Yu. Although, between whipping people all the time and laughing when people are being serious, I'm not sure which one I find more annoying.
Ah! You were thinking something bad about me just now, weren't you?
I take that back. Ms. Yu is slightly less annoying due to the lack of physical pain.
That extinguisher looks like it would be good at extinguishing any bad memories. With a solid smack across the back of a person's head.
Are you saying you have memories you'd like erased at your tender age?
I am perfect. Therefore, I don't have anything I want to erase from my mind. I was talking about you, Miles Edgeworth.
I have no intention of revisiting the past.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, if you ever want my help erasing memories.
I'll be sure to ask.
I don't believe it. This judge has it all wrong. The star of the courtroom isn't him. It's me, Franziska von Karma.
As long as she doesn't turn evil, I suppose I can live with just another megalomaniac. Yeah, well, we wouldn't want an evil Von Karma, now would we, Miles? We have definitely already had that conversation. Note that the water fountain appears to be alright now.
Miles Edgeworth!
Yes?
What is the meaning of this bulletin board?
Oh, we've already looked at that one. It appears I won't be drinking out of this until it's been repaired.
If you want a drink of water, just find a tap. It's all the same.
No, actually, the water from this is apparently something special. There was a man here who was practically bathing in it.
I know.
Ah, then obviously we are both thinking the same thing.
I suppose we'll just have to wait then.
Yes. Maybe there wasn't anything special about the water, but there was something weird about the guy.
Oh, sorry, mister. I'm a little busy right now.
Doing what?
Well, I'm looking for something. Uncle Bad told me to, so that's what I'm going to do. Let's go. I don't want to interfere with the girl, lest Detective Bad gets angry.
Yes, agreed. So this is the evidence related to today's Kodopian embassy trial for Mr. Faraday's bag.
You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right?
Yes. Finally, we can now take a look at the evidence itself, and not just data about it. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have time.
Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy murder, too.
And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Duh! Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
I see someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma.
It's all so real to see the knife up close.
So, we have the knife, the gun, an envelope. And what's this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you.
About what, Your Honor?
They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation.
Detective Bad said that.
What a strange stroke of luck.
Well, never looked a gift horse in a mouth before. We might as well flip through it too. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Gun, knife, pocketbook, envelope. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday.
Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act?
And it's never crossed your mind that you use your riding crop for the wrong purpose? This gun. It was originally used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest.
And then this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it.
It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in there.
I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer in the case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Yatagarasu. And it would appear that he had proof that Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, he should clear everything up. And he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rell may have made about being the real Yatagarasu.
And he had a way to prove that Mr. Rell was the guilty party in the embassy murder.
This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. I already did. Page by page.
Look, there's a picture stuck between these pages here.
It appears to be a key.
And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle.
The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer?
The Yatagarasu's key.
Detective Bad said something earlier.
What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu sent the evidence.
Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret safe.
As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. That's odd.
What is it?
Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer.
That certainly is odd.
The weapon that was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell. That's the only logical conclusion, right?
No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside.
In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up in the courthouse?
I need to think carefully here. There is nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence.
Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me?
Actually, I do know the answer, Franziska.
What? Then what is it?
One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. Well, let's see, what looks similar? It doesn't look like a knife, but it's got that brown color. It's the right shape. Perhaps there is a switchblade setting.
Take that!
This Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse.
You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth.
You just need to look a bit closer, Franziska, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything?
They do remind me of the knife.
Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife.
You don't seriously mean to say?
It appears that you've finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same.
But that's impossible!
Yeah, the handcuffed murder suspect brought the knife to the courthouse with him from prison. Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Now then, let us examine this knife in a little more detail. Right, we haven't been able to do this before. It's the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle and the blade itself both have beautiful designs worked into them.
Look, there's even a flower-shaped design in the gold section here. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I'd want it myself.
She seems to be drawn to the embellishments. Too bad this isn't mine to give. Oh, hello, little golden catch there. Ha-ha!
can't believe it turned into a key. To think there's such a trick to this thing.
So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now.
Frankly, I'm shocked.
Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. Interesting that we can't go back to examining it, and we can't examine the knife. No problem is examining the gun whenever we want, though. Hello. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside.
But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday.
Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We are looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning, the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief, Yatagarasu.
Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu. And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario?
No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier...
But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else. And that person is the real Yatagarasu.
It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. Yes, what is it? What do you want? Right. Look at this boulder, though. I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started.
Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
I suppose I should explain it to you, then.
Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please.
On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Farewell to thee, dead man. Mac Rel was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
A simpleton of a man, that's what he was.
We got 4 murder victims going back to KG8. CCU, Dead Man, Mac Rel, Burn Faraday. It's gotta be the most violent single connected case. Like, DL6 was just Gregory Edgeworth and Robert Hammond. Mostly it's just 2 victims, right? It's the current one and the flashback one. This one's nuts.
A simpleton of a man, that's what he was.
Perhaps he was, but the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence he had. Mr. Rel was caught in the act on film by a security camera.
He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice the security camera.
The Cordobian Embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area.
So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself?
Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rel on it, even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear.
So the footage included sounds, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see the moments of someone's death in real life.
Me neither. Not again. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court.
The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rell committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed?
Are you done with your inspection of the evidence?
Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence.
Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties?
What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for?
No, Your Honor. The most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not among the evidence you laid out for me.
But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene?
There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime. Defendant lobby number 2. September 10, 6 p.m. District Court, Defendant lobby number 2. That's Detective Bad, but who is he with?
I've never seen that officer before.
So, did you find it?
No, not yet. And I've looked everywhere.
I see. Well then, please continue with the search.
Understood. I'll continue the search. So you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes.
How dare you! Just who do you think you are?
Well, see you in case 5.
Well, I thought we would never see this guy again.
Nope. Unfortunately,
Surely
the voice
we
in
will
my
not
head remains.
encounter him, in any of the upcoming years. It's
Yeah.
the first and last encounter for the Edgeworth and Mr. Question Mark.
Good old Mr. Question Mark. So there's a few ways to enunciate the question mark name tag. I prefer to go with but not everybody understands what you mean when you do that, so.
The good old Home Depot.
Indeed. Thanks for that, Snip, and as I say, I'm pretty sure he doesn't show up again in this one, so see you in case 5. If he does, great, but I don't think so. Alright. There's a Turnabout musical poster behind your face cam. Nice. Yes, there is. Do you want to know why? Or do you already know why? This was even... Yeah, no, Miles, really in... Like, I understand why they do that, because, like, for the player, you're meeting Kay and Lang for the first time in Case 3, but it is really silly that he just forgets them completely. Like, at least have it, like, in the back of your memory. Right. Are you familiar with Turnabout and Ace Attorney musical, specifically? Which is the redone, refurbished version of Turnabout musical that came out as a recorded album last year. Well, the first one, the first act came out in November last year. The second act came out last March. Sorry, no, November 2022, and then the second half came out last March. Or are you mostly thinking of the older stuff? No. Well, here's a link to the first act. The second act is on the same YouTube channel. And the reason why that poster's on my wall is because I'm Edgeworth in it. So, you might want to take a look at that if you're interested in the show. It would have been as easy as just having Miles do a throwaway line saying, yes, that would be very, very simple. But alas. Instead, they just make him out to be an idiot. Which is very rare for Miles. Yes, specifically the one I linked. It's a rewritten script with some changed stuff, some moved around songs, and basically the intent behind it from the creative team was to make it workable as an actual stage musical that anybody could watch without knowing anything about Ace Attorney. So the videos that I linked use sprite stuff from the games to like create the visuals, but that wasn't the original plan. It was just going to be an audio version, like a cast recording, and then a script and all of that put together. So hey, here's a package, so conceivably people could put this on as a stage show now. But among the cast that they ended up getting together, certainly not me, but the actor for Gumshoe, really, really good with the video editing. So him and a couple of others who were, I believe, both involved in the ensemble of the show, put together a full video accompaniment to it, so that helped it reach a lot more eyes. What was all that about? And who was that man just now? Well, if you take a look at it, you'll see the changes that they made. Okay, so I won't spoil all the changes that they made, but one notable one was that April May was cut. In order to, because like a lot of the thing was they wanted to make it the right length for an actual musical that could be put on, because a really long show in its default form. This was cut down to a 90-minute Act 1 and a 2-hour Act 2, which was still longer than they wanted to make it, but that was the best they could do. Act 1 deals with cases 1 and 2, and then Act 2 deals with case 4, with case 3 not being featured. And so yeah, April May isn't in it. They go straight to Red White, which helps make Act 1 take a decent amount of time. Anyway.
Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life.
Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him? Yeah, the Steel Samurai portion of the show was actually put on stage once. The new version that we did hasn't been put on stage yet, I don't believe, though someone's working on it. I don't know, I'm not super involved there anymore. But there was a company that did a cut down version of the original show one year, and then the next year they put on Samurai on its own, which was impressive. Whereas TAM, as it is called, for the additional subtitle A's that have been added between Turnabout and Musical, what it does, it removes Samurai from being featured, but it takes aspects from some of those songs and reworks them into some new stuff. I think they said that just about everything from the Samurai portion of the show was used except for one song, but like to differing degrees. Yes, the Samurai Always Wins is basically present in its melody and structure, but with different casting, because now it's part of Case 2. But there are others, Guan, they're just not as clear. The pasta shop song gets combined with, I think, Old Bag's song, which is perfect because it's about an old person droning on at length. Anyway. Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him?
I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids?
Oh! It looks like you were paying attention after all.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head.
Ah, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude asshole just now?
The guy came here from the Republic of Jengfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch.
By visiting various police departments around the world. He has a lot of dedication.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is an asshole.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time.
I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad?
Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well.
Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt that it has nothing to do with me. Fine. If this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. You want an 8-hour-long warpless version of the Mario movie? Okay, that's pretty good. With or without Chris Pratt, like... I don't know that I could put up with him for 1 hour.
It looks like Detective Bad is searching for something.
Indeed. I'm curious as to what it could be myself. Maybe I should just ask him. What did we get that was new? The Yatagarasus key.
So the knife that was used to kill turns out to be the Yatagarasus key. It must have taken great skill to combine both aspects into one object so well. Make no mistake, I think this is the key to the whole case.
So you're saying that this key is the golden key to unlocking the secrets behind this case?
No lame puns in my presence!
Perhaps that was just a bit too corny. I was wondering what you think of this piece of evidence.
Same thing I think about everything else. Fuck you.
Objection!
And she says the same thing about this table as she did the last time we looked at it, except, for some reason, I cannot skip the dialogue, even though it's repeat. In fact, we've already looked at everything in here with her, so let's just talk to the man. Earlier, you were in lobby number 1. Now you're here in lobby number 2. You are quite the busy man, Detective Bad.
Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say.
I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked you about what happened again, correct?
I don't have anything left to say to you, boy.
Boy? You'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think?
Please, we are asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation.
Don't push me, kid. 'Cause I'm close to the edge. Faraday.
It sounds like you lost someone close to you.
He was a battle buddy. We fought through a lot together. A boy with a silver spoon in his mouth couldn't understand society's dark underbelly.
Well, honestly, I suppose he's right. I don't have anyone I relate to in that way. Yet. So we do need to talk to him, but what else is out here? Has anything changed out here? Did anybody sneak in here while we were away? Nope. Kay is still there. Oh, Callisto's back. And the judge is gone. Hey, you!
What is it, Edgeworth?
Nothing in particular. However, he says,
You did it again. What is that supposed to be? Your mating call?
is everything I do humorous to this woman?
Look, Edgeworth, I'm incredibly busy right now. I've got a mountain of things to figure out and check up on. If you want to talk, you're just going to have to wait until later, okay?
I'll just continue with my investigation then. Bitch. Zoom. 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 It really doesn't move that fast, even zoomed. Look at this. Sad. I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime.
I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about?
Things you don't know about? But aren't you supposed to know everything?
He should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bad. Is the TV off now? Okay. Yeah, we've looked at the TV before. It was on, it's off now, for some reason. Detective Bad, did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph?
Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case.
In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key are one and the same item?
What? That's impossible.
It looks like he didn't know after all.
This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was, in fact, a knife.
Yeah. I have to admit neither one of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this?
That's because you're incompetent. I noticed that since a little while ago you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for.
Yeah, that's right.
And why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Bad, so that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more.
All right. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change.
Detective Bad.
Are you done humming along to my theme song?
Yes, for now. I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this.
That's fine, because I only need one last time to clear everything up. Relax, take a drink with me, and find the truth behind this case. Oh, shit. Detective Bad's movements.
I was in lobby number 1, talking with Callisto Yu.
Damn it, I was going to make...
I know what you were gonna do. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together.
No, we didn't. I was... Ah!
I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2.
It sounds like the exact same story he told us before.
Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can.
I was in lobby number 1, talking with you.
Why did Ms. Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me!
Who knows? She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. And we walked into lobby number 1 together. That's all.
So his answer remains the same as before, I see.
We were talking about some trivial things.
I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Ms. Yu.
Trivial stuff. It was nothing important.
That's for me to decide. All right, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on, then.
I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to convene.
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary?
I didn't hear any other strange sounds. Until that gunshot.
If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now.
Sure. I didn't hear any other strange sounds. Until that gunshot.
Detective Bad, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else?
Yeah.
Is it possible you were so involved in your conversation that you missed something?
I've been a detective for a long time. And even if I were involved in something, I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it.
I suppose with this detective that's probably very likely.
So, the gunshot. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together.
Were we holding hands at the time?
Shut the fuck up, douche.
And why did the two of you dash out into the hallway straight away?
Because we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot. And we knew it came from somewhere nearby.
And how did you know that it was a gunshot?
In my line of work, you hear enough of them to know.
I suppose it's only natural for a detective to know what a real gunshot sounds like.
But given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. That's why I ran out into the hallway right away and headed for where he was. I saw a Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2.
Hold it!
Detective Gumshoe was there in the hallway.
Yeah.
Why didn't you attest to that earlier?
When I saw Gumshoe, it was after I had heard the gunshot. Having seen him then didn't change the fact that he still could have done the deed.
Ah! It sounds exactly like what Detective Bad told us before. However,
Is there something in particular we should be asking the detective about?
there just might be. No one knew that the knife is actually the Yatagarasu's key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there are other things that we know now, but Detective Bad doesn't yet. Yes, that should be my angle of attack. I didn't hear any other strange sounds. Yeah. What about the balloon?
Objection!
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything?
It's the same color as the one Kay was holding.
Oh? So you knew about that girl's balloon?
Yeah. I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her.
Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon.
So, what about that balloon?
I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point.
What are you getting at?
This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot.
Oh? So the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh?
On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene.
Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway. When you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well.
So?
What? Don't give me a so.
We just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony.
The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked.
Hold it! What is that supposed to mean?
The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material.
Then, you mean...
Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound.
No!
I knew that's what he was going to say.
Then that means that Scruffface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle.
Ah!
That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids?
Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic. Not the other way round.
The other way around. It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine this situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that's the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot?
What do you mean, how? I just did.
It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words.
Oh, how so?
If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears?
I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it. Faraday's murder than I had thought.
Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to?
It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have.
It looks like we need to examine the status of the crime scene again, huh?
State of the crime scene? Wait, can it be?
It's that ultra-strong perfume Yu wears. She spilled some of it.
Dissipating the smell, a window in lobby number 1 was open to allow the perfume Ms. Yu spilled to dissipate.
Ah! And way too noisy!
Very loud television. Lobby number 2's television. It looks like it was set to an incredibly high volume.
The surveillance video. How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
Missing evidence. Where did the surveillance tape from Mr. Faraday's bag bugger off to? It is time to brain! And we already have lobby number 2 window. No human can climb through the barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. Right. Can we logic that lobby 2 had a window open as well because the perfume was in both rooms? They said it was in both rooms, right? It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows. And yet the fragrance of this perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course. Incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. The tape had a clear gunshot. Open windows. The criminal couldn't have made it through, but what about incorporeal things? I mean, a surveillance tape could have gone through between the bars too, right? But yeah, the loud TV is incorporeal, so that would be what to connect to this rather than the evidence. The tape, therefore, would be in the VCR player. Now then, what else besides a smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So, no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. Gunshot could be heard. Windows were open, so the gunshot could be heard, but where did it originate from? Only one left. The gunshot came from the goddamn tape! But a man was shot! The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess, and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place.
Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking. Let's start looking again.
It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look.
And where would that be?
I believe we should examine the television.
The TV? Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like.
Oh, we're forced into the sub-menu here. What if I leave? Yeah, okay. I am going to take my break, though, because I'd like to eat food. I'm quite hungry. So, I'm going to eat now. I might take another break later, because this is a longer one, but for now, I'm just going to, yeah, get some food in me. Please enjoy the music while I'm away. hello. If you couldn't tell from the sudden return of the air conditioner sound. So in my absence, or shortly before I left if I didn't notice, Gwynbush has put the thoughts into words. It looks at the moment like Callisto Yu has created a situation where she would have an alibi for the murder on account of being with the most likely person investigated at the time. I.e. by placing the tape in the TV, having it play so that the gunshot goes off, alerting you and Bad and Gumshoe, and bringing them into this room to find the bodies. But because the gunshot was recorded and not the actual shot fired into Rel, this opens up the possibility that the two men died much earlier and were placed there to be found. Which would bust open the question of who is capable. She also had to open the window because she spilled her perfume.
Yes, what is it? We've already checked everything in lobby number 2, you know.
Not quite. There is still one more thing we have yet to thoroughly inspect. Because Detective Bad gave Detective Gumshoe an angry lecture for touching it, no one has examined it since.
Are you talking about the television?
Precisely. And that is where I believe the last piece of evidence awaits us.
Go ahead and do your investigating. Just don't mess up the crime scene. You hear me, boy?
The window was wide open.
The scent of flowers is being blown in from outside. I think it softens the heavy air in here somewhat.
Windows in both lobbies were opened.
Maybe they were trying to air out the room, just like in lobby number 1. Or maybe they sought to ease someone's attention through some fresh air.
With Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel in the same room, I imagine the latter to be the case. But was there really a need to open the window just for that? It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside.
It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end.
This tape. Could it not be the missing surveillance tape?
I suppose, but...
Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video?
Sure, knock yourself out.
Alright.
Alright, then let's rewind this and see what we have.
If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape.
Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see.
This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member.
I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along.
This sound. What's the meaning of this?
It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind the double murder.
Do you mean that you figured it all out, then?
Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from.
Fine. In that case, show me what you've deduced.
Now to show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. You just said that. Yes, that allows us to know that she had 30 minutes to set everything up. We're in deduce mode now. Hang on a minute.
So the evidence that we thought to be missing was actually at the crime scene.
This surveillance video was placed into the video player by someone.
Perhaps it was Mr. Faraday. Maybe he wanted to check something on it.
That is very plausible. However, if that were the case, it raises an interesting question.
Oh?
I'm sure you remember what happened. When that detective went to turn the television on, it made an incredibly loud sound. If you had simply wanted to check something, would you have set the volume so high?
I suppose not.
If you can understand that much, the rest is easy.
Well, don't keep me waiting. Explain this crime scene's biggest contradiction to me, now.
With pleasure. She doesn't have anything specific to say about the fucking video. Earlier, when Detective Gumshoe touched this, it made a most terrible racket.
You mean when Scruffy turns the television on, right?
Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Detective Gumshoe actually touched the television at all. Furthermore, it seemed more like when a video feed suddenly stops. At least it did to me.
I wonder why that is.
Well, idiot! Wait, what was the directive? What did you sing on? What to show what the gunshot was and where through they heard it from? Well, they heard it through the window. They heard it through the window and it came from the tape. Eureka. If the door and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser.
That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were.
However, what happened in reality was, Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Ms. Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot.
Well, the windows in Lobby 1, Number 2, and the hallway were open. So naturally, the people in those locations could hear it.
Ah, but then why would the criminal open the window in the first place?
To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose.
Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this.
But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction.
Very well. I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of? When? The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. And no, the soundproofing is very much an informed attribute. None of the actual window setup, curtain setup implies proper soundproofing.
So that's why the tape was left running.
You mean the gunshot I heard was the one from this video?
Yes, which means the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period, and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. Ah, that feels better. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, what is it? Ms. Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but she wants to clarify something.
It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something.
Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over. I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say. Why bother? You don't even have a face. You cannot possibly be important. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. To be continued. September 10, 6:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Kay, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you're looking for is already...
Hold it. Kay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for?
If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh? You're more sympathetic than I thought.
And you're just as pathetic as I thought.
Hey! I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth.
I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already. Don't you? We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. Oh, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery. And why? Even Mr. Bad is here. If you're in the gallery, I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out.
Oh? Is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe.
And that's all you have?
Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion and this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case. Don't you think?
How absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. But alright. I'll play along and give you a proper testimony.
If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is to prove it by showing who the real killer is. It's me versus you. Ms. Yu's argument.
Everyone, sans the suspect, has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion. That Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth.
But of course. There is no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve. Ms. Yu's argument.
Everyone, sans the suspect, has an alibi for when the gun went off.
Hold it!
The suspect. But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven.
Are you joking, Edgeworth?
I assure you this is no joke.
Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's doctor eating a Swiss roll.
Yes, that is correct.
But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking.
I see she's done her research well. Which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's withholding.
Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right?
Hold it!
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide.
The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect.
But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden?
That's the first place everyone looked, silly! The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden.
I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case.
I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2.
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape?
Of course I'm sure.
And why are you so certain?
This is a courthouse. The place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there were an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion. That Detective Gumshoe was the killer.
You may think it's unshakable, but to me there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand?
But you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing.
I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Franziska or myself speaking with you about the subject.
Ah, but there were witnesses. For you, there was your mentor, who gave you an alibi.
I see. I can always trust that Mr. Von Karma will defend me from a false accusation.
As for the little missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard, or a bailiff, or anyone else.
Wait, so basically the only reason Franziska bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, Ms. Yu, what about everyone's alibi before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty?
What about them?
Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time?
What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1, the only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard the gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time? When that gunshot you heard went off, what then? That gunshot was a trap. That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception of when the crime took place.
Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1. Care to explain how that could have been fabricated?
Take that! I got video, bitch!
That tape?
Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. It was connected to the larger television that had its volume turned all the way up.
You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video.
Ah, but I do, which leads me to my next point.
The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot.
That's the only thing I can think of, too.
After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe. Ignore those noises.
Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles?
Yes, of course, we know about the soundproof quality of the courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago, but...
That's right. And if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day.
And?
And? That's it, end of story.
But it is not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from a soundproof room? There was an open window! There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened.
Objection! It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the time.
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window opened in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... Dead Man! No. Manfred von Karma! Let's just solve DL6 7 years early. 5 years early. No, it is Callisto, you!
Take that!
You are the real killer. Miss Callisto, you! I hereby formally indict you for the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell.
What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer?
I don't understand her motive just yet, but of course I'm serious. Because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now?
Of course I do, Edgeworth.
My argument must not be tight enough yet.
Although I never thought things would spiral into this. But I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance. Quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right?
Ms. Yu's rebuttal.
You argue that the window was opened. However, do you have proof it was I who did that?
Yes. Bad.
Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours.
This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second or the truth will blow away. Now is the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test.
You argue that the window was opened. However, do you have proof that it was I who did that?
Hold it!
Evidence! All I'd need to do is have some prints analyzed and we'd know straight away.
Be my guest.
She sounds as though she has the room to maneuver. Which means even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else. But why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose.
What's wrong? The scrunched eyebrows, lines on your forehead, they're all back! More importantly, are you going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I'll be fine.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, alright? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime?
Hold it!
I thought I just proved that it was.
Sure, you proved that the tape was there at the scene of the crime. However, that doesn't prove that it was actually used in said crime.
Unfortunately for you, Ms. Yu, the fact that the tape was there at the crime scene is in itself very important.
How so?
By the very existence of that tape at the crime scene, it proves the possibility that the when of the crime could have been fabricated. And that possibility alone renders all alibis and witnesses' reports irrelevant. Basically, it means that we will need to re-examine every person's movements again. Whether the tape was used in the crime or not, that we can re-evaluate afterwards.
So in conclusion, you're admitting that you can't prove that it was at this point. Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this.
Hold it!
Even if you're shocked, that is of no concern to me. I do things my own way.
No. I see that you're not laughing for a change. Because I'm shocked.
Again, you being shocked is of no concern to me. Let us continue with the testimony.
Alright. But let me say just one thing. You shouldn't go around accusing people. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours.
Hold it!
Full of holes? Huh. Well, I suppose it might be.
Oh? Admitting to your faults now, are we?
At this point in time is what I meant to say.
Should I take that to mean that you're just a sore loser?
No matter how full of holes my logic may be right now, if I plug them one at a time, I will ultimately make my way to the truth.
What a paradox. Take care not to fall into one of those holes before you fill it up. Miles, you remember, don't you? About fire window in lobby number 1 was opened.
Yes, of course I do. And that's how I'll attack. I'll present the reason why the window had to be opened. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. It is your perfume.
Objection!
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Ms. Yu?
Edgeworth! I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know?
What? This isn't mine!
That's right, it's mine. And I received it from Detective Bad, you see.
Ms. Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much for sure. That this bottle of perfume was given to Detective Bad by you.
Because it gets really strong really fast? So, what about the perfume?
While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. Now that's according to Detective Bad.
Oh, I know.
You also knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Come now, I've already told you, that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
Objection!
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time.
You mean?
Ms. Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1. When you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Ms. Yu.
You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday.
Would you care to testify as to why?
Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
Why, it couldn't be you.
Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles, her testimony is flawless.
Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her.
Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top.
I think I already explained the significance of that earlier. One moment.
You only confirmed that I did spill some perfume. But that's all. That you would accuse me of murder based on a simple spill. Don't you dare complain when I sue you for defamation of character.
Do as you like, but as for me, I believe.
You believe?
I believe that you are the true culprit in this case.
My, you're enthusiastic. Of course I should have guessed. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma.
Hold it!
What the fuck did you just say to me, you little bitch? Sorry. I formally request that you desist in your attack against my mentor.
Yes, I will sue you for defamation. All I'm doing is telling the truth. Well, maybe more like spreading gossip. Although your adamant denials are, shall we say, just adding fuel to the fire.
How dare you?
Say such a thing!
Calm down, little girl. Don't let her get to you.
Aw, why did you have to ruin my fun? Well, shall I continue? In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday.
Hold it!
And why exactly could you not have killed him?
I was just about to testify to that. You're such an impatient man. I'm not really into that, you know, Edgeworth.
Your preferences have no bearing on what is at hand.
Feeling a little uncomfortable, are we?
Objection!
Miss you will desist in this tomfoolery and return to your testimony. And Miles, if you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy.
Sorry. Ms. Yu, please continue with your testimony.
Sure. As I was saying, I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from.
Hold it!
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Ms. Yu, maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag.
Miles, what do you think you're doing?
I'm drawing the truth out of it, that's what I'm doing.
But I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today.
Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use.
Oh, so that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest.
I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony?
Sure. Why not? I'll even say it as many times as you like. There was a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key.
Hold it!
Miss Yu, I would just like to confirm something with you one more time.
Oh? About what's going to happen to Detective Gumshoe after this?
I don't need to ask you about that, because he isn't the killer.
Looks like the number of wrinkles on your forehead have increased yet again.
That issue aside, Ms. Yu, I'd like to ask you about what was inside the bag. You are sure it was the Yatagarasu's key, correct?
Yes, I'm sure. Which is why I'm completely baffled as to where that knife could have come from.
I think I've just spotted the road to a perfect victory. Finally, it would appear that you have revealed your true identity, Ms. Yu.
Miles, a finder statement.
Yes, I know. All I have to do now is present the evidence. But what is this ominous feeling I can't shake?
You can't kill anyone with a key. You can when the key is a knife!
Objection!
Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not?
Yes?
Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the Yatagarasu's key. Huh?
I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know.
You would, even now, still feign ignorance!
I'm not feigning anything! But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence, now can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him.
Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real.
Wow. Who knew there was such a trick to this thing?
Are you satisfied now? Of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, the something the Yatagarasu sent to the police, how did you have knowledge as to what it was?
Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rel off, he told me. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms.
What you are saying is simply not possible.
Oh? And why not?
Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife.
I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know. Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication?
Objection!
Unfortunately, that is also impossible, because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information, even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition?
Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh?
How can you laugh at a time like this?
She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with.
I suppose you're right. Ms. Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife.
you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me?
Oh, I will. And I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it. The moment of truth. The secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife? The Yatagarasu.
Take that!
There is only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key.
And that is?
And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself, Kay Farraday. No, not yet.
Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu?
Mizu, you used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals. Why? Why do something like this?
Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than when I sneak into someplace.
You killed Faraday. Why? Answer me. Callisto, you!
Callisto, you. Huh. That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal, for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel caves to only two things: money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both.
But didn't you say that you despised criminals?
But do I really?
You. Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident too?
Maybe. What sort of woman would...
So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent?
Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key just like that. He never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life.
How could you kill him?
I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death.
But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well.
I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd killed each other.
Then the trick with the surveillance tape.
Yes. I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet.
You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client?
Client? If you want to talk about who was a client of whose first, it was me.
Huh?
I was the client in the murder of the Kodopian embassy staff member Dade Man.
You ordered a hit job?
You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had Dade Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination?
It can't be. You. You're...
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring.
How could this...
You don't mean... You're working with Manny Cochin, too, or do you?
Maybe. Maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is just another killer.
Be quiet! You!
Yatagarasu! You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court.
Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is?
Huh?
No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it.
You mean... the key was your real target?
Oh, and even after I gave you such great advice! Didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
You two, get down!
My body. I can't move.
Hey, mister! To your right!
You!
Bye.
Are you alright, Francisca?
I'm perfectly fine, Miles.
Her voice is shaking. But it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot. September 10, 7 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3.
Sorry. But it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon.
Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot.
I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket.
He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken.
But more importantly, Mr. Edgeworth, Ms. Von Karma. Are you two hurt?
I'm absolutely fine.
I'm also alright. Thanks to Kay.
Speaking of Kay, where is she?
I don't know. She just sort of disappeared.
I'll go look for her. Oh, and... Hey, Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir.
I'm sorry I doubted you.
Ah, don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all.
I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay?
You got it, Pops.
Pops? Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have they?
Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. It's usually my job.
I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do. Why did you just leap out of the way?
I thought you were going to try and catch me.
It's been a rough day, I'll let that one go.
Be careful, Detective Bad. And take care.
Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Case 5, perhaps.
Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything.
Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. They don't treat former cops very well in there.
I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. It was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so it didn't help. I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have his honest testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah. I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective.
Well, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me.
She did? Ooh, what is it?
What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship? It was a gun, wasn't it? No, it was the, Swiss roll.
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll!
Can I really have it?
Yes, it's a present meant for you, after all.
Thanks a bunch! You have no idea how happy that makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now!
Sure, go ahead. Sadly, there's no special dialogue for the prosecutor's badge. There's just give him the Swiss roll and give him anything else. The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay brought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective.
He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own.
Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him.
Woo! That was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll heaven, paradise or something. I gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she?
I only noticed just now. Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Perhaps you should go join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement.
We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa.
Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir. And don't you worry, I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll, be counting on you. Callisto, you, that is. Counting the days till I find her again and smack her in the nose for what she did. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. I mean, your second one came to an end too, with the fucking defendant dying on stand. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But, I suppose, that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now...
So? Do you remember now?
Yes. I remember everything. Okay. It's been a while.
Kay, you sure grew up a lot.
Of course. But thank goodness. I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right.
So, does it all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and...
Hold it!
Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay.
Huh?
First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father.
No. You're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
Huh? Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently. Let me finish. And I found a secret diary hidden amongst his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure.
But that's impossible!
What's with that look? You don't believe me?
It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now.
Alright then, how do you explain this?
It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing.
Yep, that's Little Thief! Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was also a great thief, huh?
Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed. And the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you.
Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article.
Yatagarasu sends card to embassy. The Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card.
Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain. That Callisto Yu lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out.
But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves.
Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I couldn't just let it go, so I searched you out. So that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you're saying that I have your father's and Ms. Yu's identities backwards?
Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real, noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace.
Okay. Okay. You're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Wait a minute, it's my dad's birthday tomorrow. Sorry, Miles Edgeworth. Sorry, Kay Faraday. I gotta hang out with my dad, who I love. Bye! Sorry, that was cruel even for me. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of the evil woman.
That evil woman? You mean Callisto Yu?
I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Huh? Only for what?
When Ms. Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life.
No, it was you who tried to take your life. She's the fucker who shot.
No, you, not... Oh... I see why Detective Bad was so frustrated back in the day. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today.
She did? Where is she? Get her!
No, I'm not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then you mean...
Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you.
Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay?
Yeah, it sure is, Gummy.
Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, and after all the lies, never dreamed you would seem to me little more than an earthly waste of time. And after all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Byrne Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Da, 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 da.
Bing. So, who is going to be the character on screen for Case 4? Because there's 5 characters silhouetted in the background here. We've got Edgeworth, Gumshoe, Franziska, Kay, and Lang. And I believe Lang was the silhouetted one for number 3. Was it Franziska for number 2? We need Kay in either this one or the next one. But if she's in this one, wouldn't she be like a kid? We'll find out. I think it was Edgeworth, Franziska, and Lang, but it might have been Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Lang for 1, 2, and 3. No, Kay is number 5. In which case, to be Gumshoe or Franziska for 4? I guess Gumshoe, because I'm pretty sure Franziska was 2. Yes. Gumshoe gets the flashback case. I guess that makes sense, because he was the, not defendant, but he was the accused. He's not in his 7 years ago coat, though. It's interesting, because, like, Maya Fey would always be depicted in, like, Case 2. But Kay Faraday's right at the end. Makes sense, though. She's only in the last 3 after all, much like Lang. But here we are. Turnabout ablaze. We'll see if I can get this. It's got 6 chapters. We'll do the first one now. And if I can do 2 per stream and try and sneak a 3rd in, I should be able to finish it next week instead of the week after. Hopefully. Episode 5. Turnabout ablaze. 2 cards. 1 of the Black Raven and 1 of the White Raven. A country torn in 2. 1 to the west and 1 to the east. When those which were split, are made whole again, the truth will reveal itself.
Until we dance into the fire. It's the Yatagarasu! The Yatagarasu's here! You accursed Yatagarasu! Kay! You!
Well, that was bombastic. Curious. March 14, 10:17 a.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, Room 1202. Presumably, we have finally passed Case 1. Because remember, Cases 2 and 3, and of course 4 being a flashback even earlier, all took place before the first case of the game. But now we're finally caught up. And having a tea break. It's so nice. Almost dreamlike. To finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewaterland theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back to my office. Not the detective I was hoping to see dead. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. Bum 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 ba 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 ba.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Oh, that's her.
Mr. Edgeworth! The
This is big! Big, I tell you! Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm?
I'm afraid it's been curbed. And suddenly the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind.
What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go! The fake Yatagarasu isn't going to just find herself, you know.
Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake.
Say what?
Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, okay?
What's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep-talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want you to see.
Oh, and that is?
Take a look at this.
On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this.
The date the card mentions is today.
Today, huh?
Come on, we gotta hurry! The embassy awaits!
I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating?
Well, it's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. But never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today?
I'm not, Kay. You're just too wound up.
Well, then you should get too wound up, too. Because this just might be our chance to catch that bitch! I mean, woman.
You mean bitch. The woman who killed Kay's father, Byrne Faraday, 7 years ago. Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom.
She makes me so mad! The phony! Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card. Until a company's underhanded dealings are made public, the target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome!
The Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article, it looks to me as though it could be genuine.
See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, out the door you go!
Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why.
Well, the newspaper was in black and white, you dingus. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes?
No reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Ms. Yu is also someone of a special nature to me, I agree there is some merit to be found in investigating this.
I knew you'd come around.
Off we fuck. Rob, how are you? March 14, 5 p.m., Theatrum Neutralis. Oh god, who's this? By the light of this night's glorious moon, we are ready!
Ready to embark on our nightly outing.
And this is where our tale begins! What a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held in such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy?
Yeah, the climax was really awesome! Steel Samurai Sushi Slice. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out.
I suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television.
I have to say, though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building?
Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. North and South Korea. Now, even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the two countries.
So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries. The one that's called the Kingdom of Alabast, right?
Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Good taste, those Alabastards.
Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja. The Republic of Boball is sponsoring a Jammin' Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We totally gotta see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end.
You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja.
So anyway, about today's event, what's it called again?
The Kingdom of Alabast versus the Republic of Babal Goodwill Jubilee. It was going to be the Kingdom of Alabast versus the Republic of Babal all-out war, but then they decided that that wasn't violent enough. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature. And it was called the Principality of Codopia.
Is everything all right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I'm all right. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day. Codopia, huh? The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Codopia. It's funny how in the end Manny Cochin didn't even play a role in Turnabout Reminiscence. He walked on set, spoke to Callisto Yu for a few minutes. I think he maybe had 3 lines of dialogue. And that was it. The entire rest of the case, he disappeared. For a second, it looked like he was an early bird cameo for a ramp up to culprit. Surely, right? Kind of like how Damon Gant shows up in the first trial of Rise from the Ashes, but it's not until day 3 that you've started to properly look at him. Callisto, you'd be 29 now. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into 2. However, the Yatagarasu still sent a calling card here. What could it all mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something.
Oh, excuse me. What were we talking about again?
If you could please stop spacing out on me? Anyway, we were talking about the Alabast versus Babal Goodwill Jubilee. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other, but supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event.
If that's the case, then why the verses?
Also, both countries claim to own the real Primaduck statue, a national treasure to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal.
Kay, need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires?
Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself, you know that.
Oh, she had better be saying that in jest.
Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you!
I know. And although we don't know if the Yatagarasu will really make an appearance...
Of course she will, she's right here.
Shut up, I mean the other one. I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. There's a very festive atmosphere in here.
Yep, super festive. I'm really happy for the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. It's great that they have re-established diplomatic relations. The newspapers say that it's almost like they're Codopia once again.
Perhaps we are bearing witness to a historic moment in time.
Hey look! They're selling some commemorative merchandise to celebrate this event. Founders Codopia biscuits, and over here they're selling Royal Codopia biscuits.
It would seem that they have yet to reconcile their competitive spirits. We don't get talk conversations or evidence. We can't show her the prosecutor's badge, basically. Shame, shame, shame. So we have a lot of people here. Oh, no. Okay, that's good. All right, now give me a dramatic slam right there. Stop! Hey, do you mind? Get out of the way, buddy. Okay, once more in 3, 2, 1, action! Okay, was that my fault just now?
Well, he's obviously working. I guess we should leave him alone.
Reminds me of Paris Hitman.
And we're here, reporting live from the Theatrum Neutralis. As you can see, tonight's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say.
Okay, that was good. Let's do one more run through. Excuse me, but when you are ready to film for real, would you mind giving me a call? I sense that she didn't hear a single word I just said. There is a flat panel, a tape deck, and a row of steel samurai videos on this table. I suppose it's so that visitors can watch an episode or two at their leisure.
I guess it really is just that popular, huh?
Yes, although I never thought I would see it reach this level of popularity.
I wonder why they decided to call in the Steel Samurai for an event like this. I mean, it's like they intended to cut the two countries apart with a samurai sword instead.
Wouldn't that go against the whole point of this event? Yeah, sometimes people who want to achieve... want to look like they want to achieve something, but also don't want to actually achieve it, put on something that is designed to fail, but without looking intentionally sabotaged. Like, for example, we had a vote last year in Australia for giving Indigenous Australians an advisory body to Parliament, a voice, that wasn't going to have voting power in the houses or anything, but basically just it was a permanent lobby group enshrined in the Constitution. These things have existed for decades, but they always get fucked around with, changed, new governments come in and scrap them and make new ones. The point was to put it in the Constitution so that it couldn't be fucked with anymore, so that it would just exist, and it wouldn't be beholden to nitpicking and scrutiny and obfuscation and obstruction. It failed. The vote did not pass. Even though there was literally no benefit to no. It was, hey, we just want to clerically clear up this thing that's helpful and doesn't affect white people at all. It literally didn't. We just want to clean this up and make it more manageable because it keeps getting fucked with when the governments change. However, the Yes campaign was really bad. It was really, really bad. The No campaign was really good. It was really well organized. It spoke absolute bullshit, but it convinced the boomers. Both of my parents voted no, including the one that usually votes decently on progressive issues. But she said, yeah, look, the Yes campaigners on TV didn't know what they were talking about, and the No campaigners were all very articulate and calm. And it was suggested that maybe the major party that was behind the Yes campaign didn't actually want to win. Do I know if that's true? No idea, but it would explain it. Because all of the people who understood it didn't need to watch the news about it, right? But all of the people that needed to watch the news about it tended to wind up voting no. That's interesting. And very exhausting. Because, like, again, yeah, there wasn't... They manufactured a debate by coming up with... Like, they had... the No campaign had indigenous people that were like, oh, we don't need this, we don't want this, right? And so my mother, as someone who is as white as me, was like, well, if they don't want it, then voting no is the correct thing to do, right? And I'm like, yeah, but that's because the TV is only platforming what they're selecting to platform. Like, it's a mess. It appears that the child is watching a video from the first season of The Steel Samurai.
Go, go! Keep on fighting until your last breath! Go, my hero, the Steel Samurai!
Completely absorbed in singing the theme song. Badly, I see. I'll let the child watch in peace.
Is there something I can help you with?
I was wondering what is beyond these doors.
The Babalese embassy is just beyond these doors, sir. Do you have some business with the embassy? Do you require immediate access?
No, that's quite all right.
Are you sure, sir? Anyone and everyone is always welcome in the Republic of Babal.
Well then, since we're here...
An embassy isn't some sort of theme park, Kay.
You're such a buzzkill.
I just get reminded of the two embassies on opposite sides of the East District of Grancel and Trails. The Erebonians and the, Fuck, I don't remember the name of the normal, non-warmongering nation. Zin's place. Calvard! That's it.
Where in tarnation are they? Come on, big scoop! Hey, mister, out of the way! Yeah, I'm talking to you!
I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. Yet my instincts are directing me not to engage in conversation with her. Perhaps it would be best if I left her alone. Why does that say cameraman? That is not correct. Anyway. The national flag of the Kingdom of Alabast is on display here. The crest on it features a flower.
Flowers and butterflies are kind of rare motifs for flags, don't you think?
Well, when they used to be Codopia, the government used to take pride in its land. The citizens also loved the rich, bountiful nature all around them, thus the design.
Hey, if the Steel Samurai got popular enough, do you think they'd put him on the flag?
Are you in your right mind, Kay?
Or maybe the Jammin' Ninja would make a better candidate.
Don't make me laugh, Kay. Only the Steel Samurai deserves such an honor. Can we look at the flag? Yeah, here. The national flag of the Republic of Babal is on display here. The crest on it features a butterfly.
It's really rare to see a national flag featuring an animal on it.
Not really. I can list at least a few off for you that do.
Okay then, are there any flags with really chic things on them?
Chic things? That's pretty vague, Kay. Although by my definition, there aren't really any flags that feature a chic object.
Aw, that's too bad. Because if there was, I was thinking about stealing it.
And what exactly would you do with a stolen national flag, Kay?
Is there something I can help you with?
I was wondering what is beyond these doors.
It's the Alabastian Embassy. Now, unless you have some business with the embassy...
I suppose I can't really claim to have any business with the embassy right now.
Well, you don't have to be so rude about it, Mr. Guard.
Ah, but you see, that is how they distinguish Babal from Alabast. The Babal sacks over there are nice and welcoming, whereas we Alabastards... Well, exactly what it says on the tin.
10 more minutes. No, 5 more minutes. Isn't it really bad for me to spend time doing this? It's no use, but someone please just tell me what I should do. You appear to be troubled by something. May I be of assistance? Leave me alone. I'm trying to figure out just the right time to talk to that girl over there. And if I mess up, it'll be because I'm talking to you right now.
Somehow I get the feeling he's about to fall flat on his face.
No, you meant ass. Well, let's just do as he wishes and leave him alone. By that I mean talk to him again immediately.
You know, I've seen a lot of these shows in a bunch of other places, but today's show, it was like they went for a complete comedy, you know what I mean? Yeah, and that last move, the something slice, I couldn't help but laugh. I know, right? And that Pink Princess's movement's really stiff. In the middle of the show, I could swear that I heard her hip crack. Oh, I know, I totally thought so. The Pink Princess is a bad hip? Seriously? Just what were they thinking, you know?
I suppose there is no graceful way to enter that conversation. Sushi slice. Now, why would the Pink Princess have a bad hip? This is the perfect angle. Go, my image. Travel across the wave world and into every TV set around the globe. A more honest approach to appearing on TV might serve your ambitions better. We're running out of things to look at. There are pamphlets about the 2 embassies here on the table.
It still looks weird to me.
The country split into 2 a few years back, and they've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since.
Oh? I guess it's because they don't have the money to build 2 separate ones, huh?
Coincidentally, the Kodopian embassy was built symmetrically even years before the split even was thought up, but, you know, I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. Embassy guide. Why did I just hear the courtroom conversation sound effect? Order! Order in the court! Anyway, 2 countries share this building with border. And there's this little page. It says, a set of 3 finely crafted knives per country. The Kingdom of Alabast still produces the very luxurious Kodopian paper, which is renowned for its quality. The Republic of Babal is the sole producer of Barbalese ink, which is made from wit crystal. They're also known to generously... It cuts off. What is all the hubbub?
Hey, look! It's the Steel Samurai! And he's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him.
No one's dialogue updates at all for some fucking reason, even though the Steel Samurai just walked in. That would probably turn a few damn heads, especially this small child here who hasn't fucking noticed. Yeah, that's lazy. Okay, let's speak to him. May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for?
Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before.
It looks like he's written something down for you.
To Edgeworth, from Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Oldie Tokyo.
Wow, an autograph! Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well,
Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you.
autograph with a sketch of his face and weapon. Touch the check button for details. Here it is. To Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Oldie Tokyo, and a really, really, really bad drawing. The spear is good, the face isn't. And now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the Kingdom of Alabast to shake the hand of the ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the 2 countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well.
There he goes. Off to spread goodwill to the world.
He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera. In just a few seconds, the Jammin' Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Jammin' Ninja will enter the Republic of Babal. He is set to meet with the ambassador of Babal at that time.
Ah! The Jammin' Ninja show's about to start! We gotta get back to our seats!
Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas.
Well, this show will change your mind. Come on, we gotta hurry. If we miss even a second of this Jammin' Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you.
I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you? Okay. Swear to God, if the Jammin' Ninja dies again.
Oh, I could listen to that A Ninja Marked for Death's lullaby song all day. His superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye.
I am so tired of that. God damn Windows noise. But give me a moment. All right.
His superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice, now that's the Jammin' Ninja's greatest weapon. Those pieces of Jammin' Ninja merchandise over there, I've gotta have them! I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine Princess Misola wears in her hair.
Anyway.
Anyway? Hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes.
You're thinking of going home, aren't you?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely it was simply a prank.
No way! I just know the Yatagarasu will show.
But I thought you said the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards.
Yeah, I did, but...
I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase.
But that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card!
A genuine fake?
Well, how can I word this? The Yatagarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now?
We've got a problem! The Yatagarasu has been spotted in Alabast! What?
You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony! Hey, what gives?
I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter.
What the... Hey, the Steel Samurai just waltzed straight on through without one. Now, if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony is going to escape!
Okay, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country...
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to enter through Balal and climb over the wall into Alabast.
Hold it!
You would tell a prosecutor straight out of your mouth that you intend to illegally enter another Kay, are you listening to me?
Kay Faraday, I'm coming through!
Yes, and welcome! Someone stop her! Anyone! March 14th, 6:12 p.m. Open air stage. Okay, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over the goddamn fence! Ah! Fire! This is too big for us to handle! Looks like the Yatagarasu came to Babal, too! You... accursed Yatagarasu! Kay! You would better be alright wherever you are. Huh. We caught up to the opening faster than one would expect. Jesus Christ, and what... So Lang's adjutant is here, but Lang isn't. And of course, somehow, seething as always... March 14, 6:45 p.m. Barbalese Embassy, Secretariat's office.
I told you it wasn't me!
Oh, she's grabbing Kay.
Hold it!
Kay! Are you alright?
Do I look all right to you? Now, can you do something about this woman?
Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's, this. Oh. He's...
It wasn't me. He was already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open-air stage.
A suspicious person?
A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu, so I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. I just know that person is the one who did it. What are you so worked up over? There is no reason for you to be this loud.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Sheena, I believe your name is correct? And if you are making an arrest, robot lady, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? You refuse to answer!
I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority.
Hey, pal! Just what the heck does what you just said mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end! And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like.
Unfortunately, Detective, embassies are a different matter. Huh? This office is considered to be part of the Republic of Babal, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babalese government and Babalese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights.
Yeah, it turns out if somebody's gonna get murdered or go missing in an embassy, that's really, 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 really awkward.
Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there?
Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place. Which means we can do little here in this situation.
No way, sir.
Please leave this matter in Interpol's hands and go home.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, you're not... Mr. Edgeworth?
Hang on a moment. Let me double check who that is. Ha.
In that case, allow me to join your investigation.
Miss Von Karma!
Ambassador Paleno, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation.
It's really nothing. Manny was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly.
Franziska.
Well, well. I never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct...
Hold it!
Already? What is it?
Ambassador Paleno.
And you are?
I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Ms. Von Karma's assistant.
Assistant?
Miles! What the heck do you think you're...
Please, I implore you, Ambassador Paleno. Very well. I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth.
What did you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant?
I don't exactly have a choice, do I, Detective? If I don't become Franziska's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation.
There you go again, running at the mouth with that aloof expression on your face.
Franziska, please.
I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing. That you are now my subordinate. And my VIP is a lot longer now. Just remember that my VIP is always ready to wake you, should you have a brain lapse.
Of course. I'll keep that in mind, boss.
If you are done playing games.
Right, let's begin the investigation. Hey, Sheena, could you turn around a bit? Maybe lift the back of your hair up? I just want to see if there's like a switch on your neck that I can toggle. I'm just not entirely convinced you're a person. Bob Ali's Embassy, Secretariat's office. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? Why are you always here? Anyway, Dick Gumshoe, age 32. Sheena, Lang's trusty secretary, level-headed, supporting him in his investigations. Franziska, 19 now, cooperating with Interpol. Carlias Paleno, 37, ambassador of Babal, who will do absolutely anything for his country's tourism industry. And Manny Cochin, 31, the victim. See, now he looks... I would accept that as a 31-year-old man's face. I would say that that's a 31-year-old man who has lived hard. But, like, if that man's face looked like that 7 years ago and then proceeded to not get any older, that's what I find fucking weird. Like, they could... I honestly genuinely think that what they should have done was given him a... like, reduced the wrinkles, shortened the hair. Ambassador Paleno's secretary and secretariat apparently was a good man.
Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Bob Ali's Embassy today.
And why are our police guarding an embassy?
Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatagarasu. I said that wrong. They called us up and asked us for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatarudarada for these past 7 years. It was more or less mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me.
Except for how mutually unbeneficial this all has turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again.
Ah!
Look forward to your next salary negotiation. Although it's out of my hands.
But I'm already paying the department $30 a month for the privilege of working, sir. But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't even be able to buy packet noodles anymore. Yes, sir?
While you were on guard duty, did you notice anything unusual?
Well, I was on watch inside the embassy, but unfortunately I didn't run into the Yatagarasu, sir. But I did talk to an officer who was on duty near the border between the two embassies, who told me that not a single person crossed the boundary during the incident.
I see.
The investigations into the fire and the Yatagarasu are a mess thanks to both events. I'm so confused, sir. Should I be putting the fire out or investigating? What do you think, sir?
Aren't you old enough to solve your own problems yet, Detective? I'd like an update on how the investigation is going.
Oh, yeah, well, it's going, sir.
In other words, no one has any idea of what happened here, correct?
To put it simply, yeah, you got it, sir. But we do know that something happened in this room, sir.
Any moron with a pair of eyes can see what happened, Detective. A man died.
Aw. Well, anyway, let's investigate every suspicious-looking nook and cranny in this room, sir.
That's my line.
We have to get serious, or Kay'll end up getting arrested as the killer.
Yes, I am already well aware of that too, having possessed ears along with the eyes.
Oh.
In order to find out what really happened here in this room, we will need to gather whatever information we can. It's time to take a good look. But first, the customary badge share.
Hey, it's your prosecutor's badge. This thing's really important, right? So what would happen if you lost it, sir?
Why are you asking me such an ominous question?
Oh, because I've lost my police badge before, sir. It was that time I lost my badge, sold my gun to a pawnbroker, drove my car into the sea. I miss her so much, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective, you're getting your games mixed up again.
No, I just want to tell you to be careful, sir. Because writing the explanation section on those requisitions form is really annoying.
I believe someone needs to listen to his own advice a bit more often. What do you notice about this piece of evidence, Detective?
I don't really sense anything special about it. But the embassy's a different story.
I see.
I'm not really sensing anything special from you either, sir.
Well, I'm sensing a special look at your monthly salary, Detective. What do you notice about my Steel Samurai autograph that I have put into evidence out of pure fucking indulgence? Anybody stop to consider how the Steel Samurai learned Edgeworth's name? I suppose he did meet Will Powers in Farewell My Turnabout. But you'd think Will Powers would not have much of a reason to be kind to Miles Edgeworth. Not Farewell My Turnabout. What's the name of it? Turnabout Samurai. They were in both, but, you know. Specifically the, case in which he would have a reason not to like Edgeworth much would in fact be that one. Alright. Hello, you two. Kay, are you alright?
You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think I did it, right?
Yes, of course I don't, and I promise to prove that it wasn't you.
That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It would be wise of you to give up while you can.
No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true.
Go ahead and try, then, if you're that confident.
I can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocence post-haste. A small personal safe.
This was Mr. Cochin's office, so perhaps he stored his most important documents in here.
Ah, of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key.
There are ways to crack safes, but we probably should not do that now.
Sorry, but Interpol is still conducting its investigation beyond this point. I'm a subordinate of Ms. Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access? Yes, we don't like you very much. My superior clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone near the site, you got it. If I let you examine the site, my superior would get really angry at me.
You know, Mr. Edgeworth, I feel really bad for the guy, so why don't we do as he says?
Yes, I suppose we might as well. And by that I mean jump over the table! No, can't.
Miles Edgeworth,
What is it?
let me tell you something. You're currently my subordinate, and if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect.
What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Franziska.
Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you're still under me.
I thought Franziska was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then why is she here at this embassy? Why is she here when she is supposed to be overseas in pursuit of a smuggling ring?
I was investigating at the Alabastian embassy when I got wind of this mess.
Ah, that's right. The Yatagarasu was due to appear at that embassy as well.
Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. Although there was an incident at the Alabastian embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Barbalese embassy.
Ah, so Agent Lang is here as well, huh?
I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alabastian embassy acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect in the murders that occurred in this office is that little girl, I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu?
Kay would never harm a soul, sir.
Kay?
You remember, do you not? About the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl is the daughter of the victim of that case, Mr. Faraday.
You were shot at. How could I ever forget?
Right, of course. No one could forget an event like that.
So she's that feisty little girl.
Kay has been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here, looking for the one who took her father's life.
I see.
Kay's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all.
How so?
The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. But all we've had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract that is going on the rap sheet.
If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight.
I do wonder, though, if Callisto Yu really is the Yatagarasu.
What about your prosecutor's badge? I have one too, you know.
Ah, yes, so you do. But seeing as I'm not currently a proper prosecutor, I thought I'd give presenting it a try.
Is that any way for you to act towards your superior?
Ah, as if threatening a whipping is the proper way of lecturing someone.
It has always worked for me.
Miss Von Karma, what do you think of this piece of evidence?
Well, since you asked so nicely as my subordinate, I'll answer you. However, as your superior, I must also make sure that my subordinates grow on the job. Therefore, please gather your own thoughts together first, then try presenting again.
A simple I don't have any fucking clue would have sufficed. I can't believe that Manny fell among thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Poleno, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That and only that. I ask you to cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochin's as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating! Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept a bribe. Oh, no, these are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babal. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babal. Now I remember, the Republic of Babal is known for its feverish tourism industry. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased, Manny Cochin. He was my secretary, and the embassy secretariat, charged with running the whole place. Why does this man look like he's gone Super Saiyan? He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything, accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. I'm sorry, but did you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry, so in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. Please excuse my forwardness, however. I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I have met him before. Oh, yes! Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. So your Mr. Cochin is the same man as the one in that case? It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into his job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee the embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him. What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations? And by earlier, I mean 3 seconds ago.
We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So, renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is now no longer with us.
Shame.
Oh, is that the prosecutor's badge? It has very cool design. Aha! I know! We should start selling items like this as souvenirs in Babal. These tourists will go absolutely nuts over them.
Please don't compare a proud symbol of my profession to a cheap souvenir.
Oh, isn't that about our great embassy? Ah, how do you like our pamphlets?
I feel indifferent about them, to be honest. I'm just using this as evidence.
No, that's too bad. In that case, I guess we'll just have to try harder to make more charming ones. Ah, I just had a flash of inspiration.
We should make all of our pamphlets into coupon books. His expectations of what a coupon can do is just a tad hyperinflated. Ambassador Polino, I was wondering if you might have some thoughts on this.
I think that you would know more about the case than I. So let me make it up to you for not knowing anything about this with these coupons.
Thank you, however, I feel I must decline.
I'll just stay frozen like this then.
Right. Investigation time. This ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling.
Wow, Sherlock, well fucking done. I mean, a ceiling fan? What does one of those do?
Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that is installed on one's ceiling.
Well, if I had one of those in my room, I bet I'd go dizzy from staring at it as I slept.
Detective Gumshoe, in the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. Yeah, Manfred von Karma really didn't do much in Case 4. I think he was in like 2 scenes, and he didn't join for the conclusion at all.
Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it with your plebeian hands? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretariat.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is I could grab Manikochin's dead guy hands and place them all over the...
Well, that would be ghoulish. But yes, legally speaking, you can.
But there is a possibility that it was related to the murder, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can force him to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof.
I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the Primaduck statues Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look just like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. Bubbles! Primaduck statue data jotted down in my organizer. Yeah, he was there to fit the timeline, but he didn't have an actual role. Both countries claim to own a real one. National treasure. Only Amb and Secret can touch, meaning Ambassador and Secretariat. There are still some burnt objects scattered on the floor.
Well, burnt things get burnt, and then they become burnt things, you know?
No, because there is no way to prove that the burnt thing started out as a burnt thing.
Was it a burnt thing or was it not? I have no idea what's what anymore, sir.
Yes, I suppose it's a bit hard for someone with a burnt-out light bulb to comprehend. It looks like this was once a grand-grandfather clock, but it has fallen victim to the fire.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir?
If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but...
Well, there's this one clock that I made by myself, but the timer on it managed...
That's quite enough, Detective.
There was also that clock I built out of a statue of the Thinker. I got the idea from a trial.
These shelves are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia.
It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Babalsac Embassy.
Barbalese, Detective.
So, why are there so many American souvenirs, sir?
Perhaps the Barbalese are studying American culture and our tourism industry. If they have plans to make the Barbalese tourism industry truly flourish, then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose.
Speaking of tourism, I got these from the blind guy earlier, sir. He said that if I bring these with me to Balsac, I can trade them in for a few buffets. I don't think I'd want to eat at a place named like that, but
Still, food's food, and I don't get paid much.
Oh? So how do you expect to travel to Babal?
Well, the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. And for an all-you-can-eat buffet, I'd swim all the way to Babal if I have to.
Could a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things?
Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on this display rack, sir.
Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remains of them, unfortunately. And one is missing.
I guess the handles all got burnt off by the fire.
So even the knives fell victim to the fire. Ambassador Poleno, are these knives yours? Why, yes, they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babal. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Alabast's own set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Babalese ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. Ambassador Poleno, what is this notch here for? Oh, if you leave it there long enough, it will create Minecraft. Oh, that! It's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them, so that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see. So these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. No, we don't get to actually examine it, we just get to see it.
Hey, it's another butterfly!
I believe it is the symbol of the Republic of Babal. The Lord of Murder shall perish, but in his doom he shall spawn a score of mortal progeny. National symbol that adorns the national flag. A drawing this big on the wall of an embassy, it definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism.
Well, I've got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place because I wanted to protect our country.
You may want to, Detective, however, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire.
You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir.
Besides, I thought most cops in America became cops because they wanted to beat up minorities.
See, I'm a fictional cop. I'm allowed to have redeeming qualities.
Good for you. What's left?
That's some fireplace. You know, it really gives this place a mansion-like quality, don't you think, sir? Oh, if these are a staple in every Babalese house. And I bet Santa Claus pays them a visit, too.
Just how old are you again, Detective? Right, I think it's just the body now. So our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I take it.
Manny Cochin. I heard that he was an admirable person. Very admirable.
The cause of death is a stab to the base of the neck. He was lax in watching his back.
We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle.
So Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire. What in the world happened inside this room? Notes on Cochin's body dropped down in my organizer. Single stab to base of neck, not badly burnt. Let me get just the photo, blow it up. Oops. Manny Cochin. I've seen him before. He was the suspect in the KG-8 incident. And I saw him talking with the elder sister of the victim of that case, Ms. Callisto Yu. I wonder if there is a connection between his murder and the KG-8 incident. Certainly a connection between him and Callisto Yu. What is that? There appears to be something in his pocket. This key. It can't be. Isn't this the Yatagarasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago by Callisto Yu?
What? But that's...
Huh? 7 years at... Oh! You mean that case where I was framed, sir?
Yes, it's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago, which was then stolen by Callisto Yu.
What?
Mr. Faraday was killed with this key, sir? I thought he was killed with a knife. Ah!
Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of a crime you were a suspect in.
Franziska, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Ms. Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge.
No. I feel like the victim right now, all trampled on, sir.
I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is... It's not that far-fetched to think that the end of this key was meant to be a butterfly. The keymaker must have been a true patriot to have fashioned this after the national symbol. But the secret is here.
Oh, wow, that's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick.
Yatagarasu's key data jotted down in my organizer. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Ms. Yu took with her. And yeah, it's got that Barbalese flower on it. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade.
I remember this as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it?
Yes, it looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade.
Vine, sirs? I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark on our IDs.
I really don't think you can call these stars. To say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement.
The real question is, why was the Barbalese Embassy Secretariat holding this?
While we don't know how Mr. Cochin came to possess this key, we do know that this key was stolen by the Yatagarasu from the Kodopian Embassy.
That's right. Mr. Faraday has written that fact down in his organizer.
I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodopia.
Why don't you ask Ambassador Peleno about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Kodopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have.
I don't think there's anything else. The bloodstain, maybe? It's a knife wound.
It's obvious what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed.
Is this knife the murder weapon?
Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound.
I suppose this means that we now know that the crime was committed with this knife.
This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? This thing practically screams artsy at me, too. Although, it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was artsy.
But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful.
Right, butterfly. That's the other one. Knife data jotted down in my organizer. I mean, that'd be one of the barbel knives that got taken off of the thingy. There is a lot of skilled detailing on this handle. I believe this is a butterfly.
This is one amazing ornamental knife, and I'm really glad that this beautiful butterfly wasn't ruined by blood.
There is not even a drop of blood on it. It really is quite exquisite. So much so that even you can understand its beauty, Detective.
Hey, why do you always have to look down on my tastes, sir?
Because they're so far beneath me.
I know what I like, and this is really well crafted.
Why do I look down on these tastes? Because, my dear detective, I'm afraid your tastes are usually quite questionable. This knife. It would appear that the handle is removable.
I guess so people can change it whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir.
I don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, Detective. They'd remove it to make it look like something it isn't. So this is what took Mr. Cochin's life. Some of his blood is still on the blade.
Wow, I've been a detective for 7 years already. I've seen a lot of weapons in my days. But knives that were used to kill are always the hardest for me to bear.
Yes, unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood on it.
Yeah, just like how this one is practically drenched in it, huh, sir?
Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow. Almost like it's not the handle that was on it when the fucker was stabbed. I think that is the extent of the things to look at, unless we have to talk to him again like they recommended. Or does Gumshoe have anything else now that we've looked at all the things? Yeah.
It looks like all that's left is a bunch of burnt stuff. Well, I guess we got all the info we need now, huh, sir?
Yes, it would appear so.
You know, after all is said and done, I still have no idea what's going on. Nope, not a clue, sir. I just can't figure it out.
Detective Gumshoe, it's nothing to get so worked up over.
Oh, you mean I should use that thing, right? Defunction? No, that's not it. Projection? No, that's not it either. I think it sounded like... Oh, I got it. Lock it.
It's logic, Detective, logic. Now that I've collected some information, the next step is to connect a few of them together to see if I can make sense of this mess. That is your hint to go to the logic menu if you haven't already. But first...
So this is the Yatagarasu's key, huh? That's a really nifty trick they built into it. I can't stop playing with it. This is great. It's like one of those transforming toys, sir.
Evidence is not meant to entertain, Detective. Also, he will cut himself if he keeps doing that. You don't fucking play with a switchblade. There we are, Codopia. Ambassador Paleno, I was wondering if I may ask you about Codopia.
Codopia? All right, what would you like to talk about?
First, I'd like to ask you about this key.
What about this key?
I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy, is that correct?
Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly.
That's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing into a knife.
Oh! How fascinating!
It is possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key.
In its knife form, there is a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of Codopia.
Hold it!
And how did you come to that conclusion?
It has both of Codopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used this key here at the embassy back when we were still Codopia.
Makes sense. They were Codopia 7 years ago, and that's when the key was relevant.
Ambassador Paleno, this key was stolen from the Codopian embassy 7 years ago. By Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu.
Oh, really? You were not aware that Ms. Yu had broken into the embassy at that time?
I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Babal became its own independent nation. But if Manny were still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then.
Mr. Cochin and Ms. Yu knew each other 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarasu's key here in the present.
Oh dear. If people were to find out that a murder occurred at our embassy, the number of tourists would plummet, as would our revenues. It would be a disaster. What are we going to do?
He really does seem worried. Perhaps I should refrain from bringing this up.
This statue resembles that hero, the Steel Samurai, don't you think? I was thinking, what would you say to changing its name to the Steel Samurai statue? It just might attract a few more tourists to our country if I did, right?
I'm not sure what to think. I thought that thing was a national treasure.
Yes, but money is a national treasure too.
Would you mind not pointing that in my direction? It's dangerous. And anyway, why are you showing it to me?
I have no particular reason, I just felt like stabbing you.
Ah! If you have no reason, don't you bring that dangerous object near me, do you understand?
Is she really that oblivious to the irony in that statement? She lets loose that dangerous whip of hers for no reason all the time! Same thing with the key.
It appears that he died of a stab wound. Whoever did this had a lot of nerve.
They should have done an Ace Attorney case where you find a victim that's been bludgeoned to death by 30,000 whip cracks.
I just can't fathom what could have led the killer to turn a knife against a man.
And I just can't fathom what the prosecutor lashing out with her whip is thinking. Right, now it's logic time. Ba-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Boop-boop-ba, ba-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-doo. Boop-boop-ba, ba-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-doo. So we have motif on knife handle, a butterfly-shaped guard adorning the handle of the murder weapon. We have the locked safe that cannot be opened without the key. We have why is Franziska here when she's supposed to be overseas pursuing a smuggling ring? We have the key used at the embassy. This key was stolen from the Caropian embassy 7 years ago by the Yatagarasu. We have a national symbol that adorns the national flag. Alabast's flower is its counterpart. And then we have stealing of secret. The Yatagarasu warned that they would steal the embassy's dirtiest secret via the card. Well, butterfly-shaped guard, butterfly of Babal. That's connected. The design on the knife's handle. It greatly resembles the special Barbalese species of butterfly.
It does, doesn't it? Plus, it says right here.
This knife is property of the Republic of Babal. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room. Maybe. Let's throw the key at the safe. We know for a fact that the Yatagarasu's key was used at the embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim Mr. Cochin's pocket, which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office.
Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out.
It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket. It literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have here?
Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir?
No, Detective, I believe all we need is a closer look. I won't rest until I've investigated every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Hey, there's a hole here, sir.
It's a little too oddly shaped for a latch hole.
Oh, that's a funny shape for a latch hole, huh? It's shaped kinda like a star, don't you think, sir?
Detective, I would hardly call that shape a star. There must be some reason for this hole.
Well, there's gotta be some reason why this hole's so weirdly shaped, you know?
Am I overthinking this? No, I don't think so.
Maybe I'm overthinking things. Nah, there's no way I could ever do that. I don't have enough thoughts to think.
Detective Gumshoe, could you please be quiet for a second? You're frightening me.
It looks like such a serious safe, but there's not a scrap of paper inside. Which reminds me, the safe in your office is just as empty, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's merely a coincidence that both safes are empty, Detective.
Well, make that a triple coincidence, because my piggy bank at home is empty, too.
I don't think there's anything coincidental about that, Detective. You're just very poor. What is this here?
It looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir.
No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe.
Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch, not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before.
Hold it! Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange, it's the safe. What do you mean? What I mean is that the secret to this safe is that... even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say that there is an extra bit of space behind the back wall. In other words, this safe has a second compartment.
What?
I suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct and there is a second compartment, how do we go about opening the door to it then? As you can see, there's no other lock or keyhole inside.
Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on this safe.
Oh?
Yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock.
The safe and its locks. All right then, since you're so sure of yourself, show me how you deduced your answer.
It's the stupid hole. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? The viney pattern thing on this, right? Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Franziska?
The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's lock mechanism. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more.
Hold it!
Is that so? The person who used this safe, Mr. Cochin, made sure that this safe had two compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to be hidden? To the hidden half, to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out?
You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment of the safe?
That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove to you right now that the Yatagarasu's key is the key that will open it.
The Yatagarasu's key? Miles Edgeworth, this had better be a very bad joke.
Sorry, but this is no joke. The Yatagarasu's key is the very key that will open the second compartment of this safe.
We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is one of an entirely different shape than that of the key.
Yeah, but then there's this part. Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatagarasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Cochin's safe in the Kodopian embassy. We confirmed that as fact by opening the door to his safe with it. Now let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see?
What are you talking... Oh, shit.
It appears that you've come to understand what I'm talking about. When viewed head on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe.
But that's preposterous!
Because it looks like a knife and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago. We fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance.
Then it's even possible that what I've been searching for is inside. Scruffy, hurry up and open that safe.
Ah! Yes, sir! Open it now, sir! Stab in the hole!
These items. They're...
It's a bunch of funny-shaped things. I guess they're pieces of... Ah!
You're in the way. Now move, Scruffy.
I didn't think I was in the way.
These pieces of art, they're identical to ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world.
I figured as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required. This is the document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about.
Beats me, sir.
Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, Detective? Mr. Cochin's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. I guess it's not in English. Because he doesn't even attempt to read it. These are pieces of stolen art from around the world.
I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one.
Ah! Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands. Why, do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break?
Is it just me, or did she hit one of the pieces of art just now? Is that it? Do we have nothing else? We got 2 pieces of logic left. Franziska's return with stealing of secret. Why is she here when she's supposed to be overseas in pursuit of a smuggling ring? Yatagarasu will steal the embassy's dirtiest secret. There we go. To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret the Yatagarasu was out to steal is in this very room?
Dirty secret?
Franziska, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence.
In that case, then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Barbalese embassy, huh? The head of smuggling operation.
I think I might just need to ask Franziska about her smuggling case in more depth. Well, now that we have a bunch of stolen valuable art, yes, I fucking think we do. Franziska, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that?
Yes. After analysing the intel we gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off.
This accounting document.
It's only 1 page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the kingdom of Cordopia. Which means that somewhere in the countries of Alabast and Babal is the head. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring.
That's Franziska for you. She's amazing. Pursuing this case with all she has. Cordopian paper document data jotted down in my organizer. So what do we have for that? Accounting doc related to smuggling. Proof someone in one of the countries is ringleader. Hey, that looks familiar.
We were able to finally obtain this proof of the smuggling operation through Interpol, so remember to take extra care when handling it, my subordinate.
She's enjoying the power trip of calling me her subordinate just a tad too much. She's grabbing it.
I can't believe there's a secret door inside the safe. Guess the stuff inside must be really, really important.
Yes, they appear to be quite important.
The little figures and stuff. I wonder how much those are worth.
Knowing that they are stolen merchandise, I would say that they are probably priceless. Their value is probably worth more than what you could ever hope to make in your lifetime.
What? You're kidding, right, sir? More than $10,000? I mean, they're so small.
Well, we're talking about purchasing it with your salary, detective, so...
Okay, then I guess those pieces of paper must be pretty valuable too, right?
Yes, I assume so. I'm actually quite curious about them. Even if they are not physically worth much, great care was taken to hide them, which means they must be very important documents to someone. I wonder if the papers in that safe might be related to that other document. Yes, indeed. We have a deduce button now. Oh, not there, not there. I always forget that for deduce you have to, like, highlight the area first. Anyway, highlight the paper. And compare it to the other paper. Eureka! Take a good look at these documents, Franziska.
It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here.
Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3?
Well, well. It certainly looks that way.
By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for.
Yes, and with this, it has become crystal clear that Mr. Cochin himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Barbaley's ink.
Barbaley's ink?
Barbaley's ink is a special product of the Republic of Babar. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported.
And that reason is?
That's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know.
Artificial scarcity, no doubt. Build the price up.
In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cochin.
His base was in an embassy, thus it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation.
But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was to rain judgment down upon with my whip of justice.
Well, even if he is dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds.
Do you expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested.
Francisca, you must know that Manny Cochin was the suspect in the KG-8 incident.
Of course I know. On top of being the head of the smuggling ring, there is the matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved.
Investigation complete.
Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one it could be? Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu. Kay Faraday. You are under arrest for the murder of Manny Cochin. Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you have to believe me, I didn't do it! I chased the fake Yatagarasu in here! And he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Hold it!
I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes.
What is that supposed to mean?
I believe I told you that Kay Faraday is not the culprit of this crime.
Very well. I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are.
Versus Sheena. Why arrest Kay?
Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Barbaley's embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body.
Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she is the Yatagarasu.
Exactly. But it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yatagarasu. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Yatagarasu! Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu.
Very well. Then I shall prove that Kay is not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of.
Why arrest Kay?
Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Barbaley's embassy tonight.
Hold it!
They may have confirmed it, but are you telling me that no one could catch the thief? If so, you're basically admitting that the Yatagarasu that committed murder eluded us.
Of course, I chased after the Yatagarasu that entered the Barbaley's embassy right away. And that is also why I'm making this arrest right now. Because at the end of my long chase, there was only this girl. In any case, this is what I believe happened tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy.
Hold it!
The confusion caused by the fire? Are you saying that the Yatagarasu was not the arsonist who started the fire?
A suspicious person in a long coat was spotted in the area. Officers in the area claim to have seen that person start the fire.
It sounds like we have a phantom in our midst.
Yeah.
In a way, he could be considered a phantom, with the way he randomly appears.
Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu.
Hold
it! Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she is a killer.
No, but it does give her a motive. The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, "I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret." Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Cochin for the key.
I see. Her logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Lang's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need.
She wanted to steal documents regarding smuggling, so she killed Mr. Cochin for the key.
So you're claiming that Kay knew that a foreign country's embassy had such documents?
As stated in the calling card, the Yatagarasu was out to steal a dirty secret. Which means that the goal tonight was to steal those smuggling activity documents. You have it all wrong! It was the fake that sent that card! Your words are meaningless. If you are truly innocent, then let's see some proof. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave it to you to handle this.
Yes, I'd rather you did. The Yatagarasu's goal, huh?
You can claim she's innocent, but you can't change the facts I've already outlined. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body.
I really don't think that being the first to discover the body makes her the killer by default.
No, but if you saw the self-purported Yatagarasu standing in front of the body, wouldn't you get a little suspicious yourself?
Even so, I'd still listen to what that person had to say before I pass judgment.
Are you talking about yourself in those times when you were under suspicion?
I think the pain of being falsely accused is something you really should experience. I personally know that feeling really well, sir.
And given my situation, I know exactly what it's like too. I'm fine with never experiencing it, ever. Are you done with your little group conference?
So Agent Shinar suspects Kay of murder simply because Kay is the Yatagarasu. But if I can prove that the Yatagarasu's goal is not related to murder, then I may be able to begin to reason with her.
Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Bobolese embassy tonight. She wanted to steal documents regarding smuggling?
I don't think we can prove anyone else was here. She killed Mr. Cochin for the Kay. The fact that the key wasn't taken from him, is that enough? I don't know, but it's the only thing I can think of right now.
Objection!
Brilliant. Agent Shinar, I regret to inform you, but there is a flaw in your logic.
Al?
Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yatagarasu, I am certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Cochin's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious that the killer's target was not this safe at all.
Hold it. Then perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Cochin had the key on him.
Objection!
If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact.
Hold it! Need? Reason? All of this is simply our conjecturing. After the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him while she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe's second compartment before returning the key.
Gah!
But the fact still remains that Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death.
Objection!
But you have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act.
Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes.
What?
Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars.
Definitive evidence.
The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument.
That is your definitive evidence?
You see now that she is definitely the killer, right? No! Mr. Edgeworth, you've got to believe me! I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat outside the embassy, I swear, and you came in...
And you came in here because you were chasing the suspicious person?
That's right. I ran into this office only because I was chasing after that person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but then... Ah! Who's there? This is... I came to this room upon hearing this girl scream, and when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her.
So the object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon.
I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. But the suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me... Hold it. You continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go? That... I don't know. But I know they came in here. Hold it. That sounds like the desperate excuses of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth.
She has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence.
Mr. Edgeworth, I really didn't.
Kay, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that.
Hold it. Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument, if you can.
Don't worry, I can and I will.
The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife.
Hold it!
Does this mean that you already have the results back?
We have confirmed that the shape of the Bobbley's knife's blade matches the wound. Please don't confuse the efficiency of Interpol's forensics teams with your own.
Objection!
I won't if you don't underestimate our police force. And so we're clear, I'd hardly say your logic is sound, which you will see in a bit.
If you can prove me wrong, please, by all means, go ahead.
That has been my intention all along. Now let us return to your testimony.
The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding.
Hold it!
You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon? With your own eyes?
I was also on the search for the Yatagarasu. When I heard that girl scream coming from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw that girl standing there, motionless, with the knife in her hands. Why are you here, Sheena, when Lang is on the Alabast side? But I already told you, I only came in here because I was also after the Yatagarasu. The suspicious person I saw came into this room, but when I entered, it was pitch dark. I felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the lights and then...
You found out that it was the murder weapon at your feet.
How many times do I have to tell you? We can't trust the words of a suspect.
The only thing you'll accept is evidence, is it?
That's the only acceptable way to counter an agent of Interpol on the scene of a crime. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have some kind of evidence that can prove me innocent?
I think I do. Because there is one piece of evidence I find to be a bit interesting. I think I need to carefully examine that piece of evidence again.
I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim.
Hold it!
I ask that you please refrain from speculation.
It's a sound hypothesis derived from the evidence. There's no room for debate. Hold it! Hold it! Miles Edgeworth, know this ungraceful loss will not be tolerated, my subordinate. Now rebut her hypothesis with factual logic. Otherwise, what was your investigation for?
Yes, you are correct. Thank you.
Helping a subordinate out with advice is the job of any good superior.
She seems to be rather enjoying herself, but she is correct nonetheless. Agent Sheena, please continue with your testimony.
The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set which has a design like no other.
Hold it!
About the 3-piece set, is there really no other like it?
Let's ask Ambassador Paleno for more details, shall we?
The knives are indeed special. They have the butterfly, the symbol of the Republic of Babal, engraved on them. And because there are only 3 of them in the world, they are very, very valuable. The national symbol, huh? Well, the knives are covered in the butterfly design. Along with the Alabastian set, our respective countries only have 3 knives each. I see.
Are you satisfied now? If so, let's continue. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument.
Hold it!
Fuck you. No, I believe there is still room for debate, and I'll thank you to not decide that for me.
I didn't decide anything for you. I'm merely looking at reality the way it is.
Objection!
Fuck you. Are you sure you're not just viewing the facts through rose-colored glasses?
Mr. Edgeworth, I think she's mad at you.
Perhaps. But our definitions of reality are a tad different.
Are the two of you done chatting?
Agent Sheena's proof is the Barbalese knife that Kay was allegedly holding.
Yeah, so, how are you gonna prove that Kay didn't do it, sir?
If Agent Sheena wants to suspect Kay merely because Kay was the only one here, then I must show with evidence that Kay couldn't have committed the murder.
But do you have such evidence, sir?
Yes, there is one piece of evidence that seems very unnatural to me, and I believe it is my duty to point that out to Agent Sheena. We have the knife, and the handle is bloodless, despite the fact. Specifically, it's this ornamental catch at the edge of the handle. Like, it would be alright for this part, the grip, to be bloodless, but this butterfly should have blood on it. Because blood, like, the knife went in deep enough. It was attached to a different handle when it happened. There's a lot of skilled detailing on this handle. It would appear that the handle on this knife is removable.
I guess so people can change it whenever they feel like it.
Sounds like fun, sir. Don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, Detective. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. I think that's the statement to press it on. Oh, wrong one. That was the key. This piece of evidence proves that there is a glaring flaw in your logic.
That piece of evidence in my testimony? Actually, it proves the absence of a flaw in my logic and the presence of one in yours.
Duh! I was mistaken?
No, I just misclicked. I'll continue with my testimony now.
Objection!
There we go. So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it. But is that really the truth?
What are you getting at?
I'd like for you to take a look at this. There is blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched and was in fact not the real murder weapon.
It wasn't the real murder weapon?
This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? As you can see, the Barbalese knife has now been disassembled into two parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Cochin was killed with the butterfly-themed knife. It's just the butterfly, I tell you, the butterfly! This should clear up any and all suspicions surrounding Kay. Barbalese knife handle data jotted down in my organizer.
Your argument isn't airtight yet.
A knife handle with a butterfly on it. I wonder where the blade that this should be attached to is. It's an engraving of the national symbol of the Kingdom of Alabast, which is a flower. Though hidden by the handle, it shows that the knife was conceived in patriotism. It also shows that this is not a Barbalese knife. There's quite a bit of Mr. Cochin's blood on this blade. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I guess I've become accustomed to seeing blood. How so?
It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles.
Hold it!
Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing?
I don't care to know how a criminal thinks.
You're a criminal investigator.
The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem.
Objection!
The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not and could not have been Mr. Cochin's killer.
What is this mark on here?
It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means.
No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar.
And so they do. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this. Embassy information? What was in here? It did say a set of 3 finely crafted knives per country. Prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower. I think it's this, but I'm not fully certain.
Take that!
You can't be serious.
It appears that you've made the connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right. The Kingdom of Alabast. In other words, this blade is from one of Alabast's ornamental knives.
Duh!
This part of the knife handle has Babal's national symbol of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Babalese in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Shinar?
After the fire had broken out.
That's right. Kay entered the Babalese embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastian side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire, which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastian object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer. Woo! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! What a great victory! Sorry.
Huh? Hey, why is everyone so quiet?
I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife here!
Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babal? It didn't just find its way over. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over.
You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we're just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run? Now that's the way a real great thief operates.
Kay?
Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth! For proving me innocent, I mean. You believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did!
Not really, but...
Come on, you don't have to be shy about it. Hold it. Your argument is still not airtight.
Would you care to elaborate?
I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still the possibility that she is the Yatagarasu. That again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? I am the real Yatagarasu! I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Objection!
Preposterous! On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing?
The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in itself is a most elegant proof. Miss Shinar. Yes? I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some impostor to claim that name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can! It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Shinar. Let me share something with you, too, as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? What? I guess we better get going. Going? To where? To the Kingdom of Alabast. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Alabastian knife came from, we'll have to pay the Alabastian embassy a visit. Let's go, Miles Edgeworth. As you are my subordinate, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt.
Understood, boss. To be continued. Next weekend, Saturday, we will go to the Kingdom of Alabast, where Agent Lang awaits, as does the counterpart to Ambassador Polano, who I believe we briefly heard the name of, Alba. Also, if we're lucky, Edgeworth will get to see the Steel Samurai again. But that's it for today. Fare thee well, everybody.